So everybody's ready and time to join our commentators on this, the 13th of January, which just happens to be a significant date for the man alongside John Virgo. Yes, Stephen Hendry, the Wonder Bairn, is another year older today. I'll say no more than that, except to say happy birthday, Stephen.
Judd Trump.
Thank you.
Yes, he's trying to keep it quiet. So Judd Trump gets this first round match underway. And a good length with the cue ball. I feel a very big tournament. I agree with Ken Doherty. He's got to start producing now, Judd. And as Steve said, he is the best of his era. Everybody says who's the up-and-coming talent. You say Judd Trump. He's got to now start proving it on the table. He had that run in the World Championship where he lost to John Higgins in the final, and you thought that was going to be the start of something big, but it's not materialised. And he's got one of the toughest competitors on the circuit when he's on his game, Stephen, in Marco Fu.
Yeah, absolutely. Marco Fu, as the boys were saying in the studio, he's either a world beater or you just don't hear from him. Tremendous scorer when he's playing well, Marco Fu. Fantastic in amongst the pink and black. Great kilo control. I agree with talking about Judd. These are the tournaments. If he believes he's one of the best players in the world, you have to be winning these tournaments.
Didn't play the best safety shot there. Hand on the table, red available into the left corner. But missed, and he's not got away with it. He's left the red to the far right corner. Wouldn't have to do much with the cue ball to have position on the black, so that was an opportunity missed there from Marco, as we see it again. Nicely potted. So the first chance, the first frame, always a settler if you can score a few points at your first opportunity. Played this nicely. Didn't have to do anything with the cue ball. It was automatically going to be on the black. What can he make of this opportunity?
Nine.
It's amazing that red that Marco missed. It's amazing that when your very first potting attempt in a match,
14.
if you don't get it, it's amazing how it just dents that confidence a wee bit. And these are pots that professionals expect to get. His hand was on the table.
Yes, and you can bet your life, before he came
50.
out in the arena on the practice table, he was practicing that type of shot. But missed it on the big stage. And it could be very costly. Just a couple of loose reds, so very soon Judd will be thinking of a way to get an angle on the colour. The pink spot not available. So Michaela Tab, our referee this afternoon, put it as close to its own spot as it can go,
21.
in a direct line with the middle of the top cushion. So Judd looking for an angle on the blue.
22.
He'll be disappointed. He'll have to play for the one open red now. Should have had more angle on the blue than this.
And if he's a bit straight in this red,
27.
it's not going to be easy to get a good angle on the blue. He'd prefer to go into the pack from the blue rather than the black because the pink is where it is. Checking to see if the pink pots would obviously be an easy way of opening the reds. But he's a little bit careless off the blue there for this red to leave himself straight.
28.
Run through, top, spin on the cue ball. Not the best angle on the black to go into the reds. But he's gone into the middle absolutely superbly. He got some pace in that. Coming off the top cushion.
35.
Just a little bit of an arc, but they couldn't have opened any better. Good shot.
$36.
Yeah, that was beautifully struck. That black to go into the pack. You can see the timing on the cue ball, as John said. It just arcs past that
41.
pink. It was important to miss the pink when he went in the pack there.
42. $49.
Oh, so
Judd done
careless.
49.
So very, very careless. He was absolutely perfect on the red and must have been thinking about the next shot rather than the one in front of him.
One.
Yeah, I was just going to say, John, how composed he looks round the table, how relaxed and focused. And then he does this. You don't focus on the shot, and you just put a tiny trace of side on, and just pushes that cue ball over. It's easy done.
$8.
Well, I was having a look at the possibility of the plant. I can't believe that he actually played for this, but it needs making. But there is a little gap, so he can just manoeuvre it over. Maybe just glad to be at the table with Marco. I'm sure when Judd brought the balls as he did, he thought that was frame over. Yeah, he played it well.
9. $16. $17.
Back up for the blue, but no problem. Absolutely perfect on it.
$22. $23.
Don't know if the pink pots to the left corner. I don't think it does, so he's going to have to move that red at some stage.
Well, decided to do it off that black.
30.
And it's okay. It's not perfect.
$31.
He's just let that cue ball drift 4 or 5 inches too far. I don't know if he's straight enough just to drop this blue in dead weight.
Well, he did drop it in dead weight.
36.
But once again, he's not perfect. So Judd Trump may see a chance to get back to the table here. Thin cut this. Not there.
Marco Fu, 36.
Now, has he covered the red over the corner? That's what Marco will be looking at. Don't think he has. No, Judd can clearly get through to this red. So he's still got a 13-point lead. There's Judd. These three reds, three colours. It's straight, and he's just a bit concerned. The one thing he doesn't want to do here is try and pinch a little bit at the pocket and miss the red. He can screw back, he's got plenty of cue power. Screw back up for the pink if you like, rather than the black. But don't miss the pot.
One. Eight. Nine.
So 28 point the lead now. 35 remaining. Pot this red, go 29
15.
ahead with only 27 remaining. Frame ball, missed.
Judd Trump, 15.
Marco having a look at the scoreboard as we have a look at that miss on the frame ball red. Be disappointed to miss that. This red any colour, but this red is tough. Played it nicely, and absolutely he's perfect on the black. We've got a new favourite for this frame now. Slow down, slow down.
8.
Well, he's overhit that. Can he just get past the brown? Even so, he overhit it badly.
He's going to have to play this with a touch of right-hand side, I think, to kill the pace of the cue ball. Oh, he's played it nicely.
10.
He didn't put any side, he just chose to make sure of the pot, leave himself a little bit further away from the green.
$13.
4 remaining colours needed. And this will be a bit of a blow to the confidence of Judd Trump. He's had 2 good chances to win this first frame.
17.
And that's perfect on the blue. He couldn't have put it better with his hand.
$22.
An inch perfect on the pink.
$28.
Points are level. Black for the first frame. And in it goes, and it'll be a blow to Judd Trump. He got in first, looks as though he's going to win the frame. Marco had a chance, missed. Judd Trump was in again, but missed the vital frame ball red. And it's Marco Fu who takes the first frame.
And when it looks like he's done all of the hard work, you still got to concentrate on the easy ones. And that in itself is an art form.
It is indeed. OK, so he starts from 1 behind now. Made things difficult for himself as the juggernaut. Let's see how he gets on in frame 2.
Judd Trump with a similar red to the one that Marco missed in the first frame. A little bit unfortunate. He's hoping to be on a baulk colour there.
Rim. Judd trump 1.
I think John Judd of that World Championship, he said he got to the final, would have taken the blue on there.
Yeah, he used to go for everything, didn't he? But I'm certain he's learnt a few lessons over the last season or two, that you just can't pot everything. But the 2 balls he's missed in there, he'd have backed him to pots, and it cost him the first frame, and we'll see how his powers of recovery are, because he'd be very disappointed to lose that first frame in the style and manner that he did. Well, he's just flicked off the red. There is a red to the right middle available here. Awkward cueing, it has to be said. Now, this is definitely one he would have taken on even last season, but he's giving it thought. He went for it.
Could you make sure
He's
your
missed
flashes
it.
are off, please?
See, to me, that red was more difficult than the blue that he refused. His blue's hand was on the table. It's a shot that I'm sure he would expect to get.
Yeah, this one, and you're striking down like that. And particularly, it's a very acute angle. You've got to be so accurate.
Here's the shot that Judd hit a blue to the left corner, and I know it's risky, but I think his natural game is to attack, John. I think if he sort of makes himself play defensive, I think it affects his confidence in his game.
Yeah, fair comment. And maybe if he'd have won the first frame like he should have done, maybe he would have thought about the blue, but as the guy said in the studio, it's a body blow when you lose a frame like that, but he's got a chance here. And he couldn't have played it any better than that. Now, does the black still go to the corner? He'd have been very unlucky if it didn't. And as you can see, it clearly does, so what a chance this is. It's a funny thing, we talk about snooker, all the great shots, but one of the arts, as was mentioned in the studio as we watched that split again, is don't miss easy shots. And believe me, if you don't miss easy pots, particularly when you're in, you won't lose many frames. Here's the 2. You can't believe he missed that. I don't know why he's in anything. You'd favour the other side of the pocket. That was into a blind pocket, possibly forgivable, but one we expected him to get. Needs to make the most of this opportunity. Well, straight away, he's missed the cannon that he played. He played to cannon the red that's almost immediately above the black. Got into it too much. But he's okay, as it turns out.
18. 25.
I feel he does need to win this frame in one visit though, and that will totally erase the memories of the first frame. He won't be happy with that positional shot though.
No, easy enough pot on the black, but hampered by the red near the cushion, for sure. So it makes this black a little bit more awkward. Striking down.
Good cueing. So important to strike the middle of the cue ball there. Aiming down, put any side on it, exaggerates
33.
it.
Oh, it's
Judd
amazing.
trump 33.
Was he trying to pinch a bit of the pocket there to avoid the cannon on the red? I don't know, whatever happened. Maybe just it across it slightly.
Yeah, there's a bit of body movement there. I mean, he's got tremendous cue power. He doesn't need to use his body to create that. It's all about timing, man. And that's pressure. That's when you're not feeling confident that comes in.
Yeah, well, I'll look at that shot again. Just a little slight movement of the head, but probably brought on by the first frame. He's a couple of misses in the first frame. It sticks in your head, and this isn't the easiest opportunity for Marco, the way the balls are situated. Well, that's a nice cannon. Let's open those four reds up a little bit more now.
7.
And Judd's got to sit in his seat now and suffer. Another straightforward pot missed. Played that with left-hand side to get the cannon. Wanted to get into him more, just flick the end red, but he's knocked it on. And played it well, right in the heart of the pocket. It's been mentioned many times, and mainly due to the fact that he's got a very short cue action as Marco. He doesn't possess a lot of cue power, so having to run the cue ball up and down the table is not the easiest thing for him. Although he wobbled the green in, but he's played it nicely. He's finished perfect on this red.
11. $12.
We just got a brief glimpse of his cue action there, and it's the perfect cue action
20.
if you wanted one for when you're in and around the black and pink spot area, as Stephen alluded to at the start of this match.
Yeah, it's very economical, isn't it? Nothing can go wrong, really. It's just the long game that's perhaps his
27.
weakness, consistently missing long balls, probably, but at this end of the table, when he's playing, he's as good as anybody.
$28.
This black will put him 1 point in front. So he's going to need these four remaining reds, so it's not going to be easy to win the frame at this visit.
35.
Well, if he's dead straight in this red, this is going to be awkward. He struck that well. He's one of the best players with a rest in the world, I think.
36.
He used to practice on John, never missed with a rest.
Well, he certainly played that well. He got plenty of action on the cue ball, but he still needs another good shot now to keep it going. Bottom, follow through. Just needed the kiss.
39.
There is the red on the baulk line that's potable, but well, I suppose if he did pot it, it'd be on the yellow, but may consider it a little bit too risky. But if he did play the red that's on the baulk line into the far left corner, the only red he could leave is the one he's playing, so if he fancied the long straight red, I wouldn't blame him. Well, is he playing a cross double? This red to the right middle? No, just the safety.
Marco for 39.
And he's played it well. Good shot. So Marco Fu, 5 points in front. Important tactical exchange this. And sometimes in these type of situations, patience is what can stand you in good stead. And well, of the two, I think I'd favour Marco having more patience than Judd. We'll see. It's an important facet of this match, I think, how Judd Trump copes with the tactical side. And that's an excellent shot. That's top draw. Well played. So there you go, the shaded area. That's what they do on Match of the Day, don't they? Look at all that space in the shaded area. But there you go, he's snookered on all reds. Oh, well, that's
Judd
unlucky.
jump for.
Wanted to hit the red half ball, send up the table, but to catch it that thin and going off, he can consider himself very unfortunate there. He could have 1,000 attempts at that and wouldn't do it again. So here's a chance for Judd, but of course we know the big problem, the big stumbling block, and that's the red that's tight against the right-hand side cushion. Now if he could pot this red in the baulk or in the D and play the cannon, he'd play it, but I think the green's in the way of that.
One.
Well, he's left a nice angle on the green, and I think it's value trying to move the red away from the cushion. He'll need it to win the frame. Couldn't have played it any better than that. Chance to win the frame,
4.
barring slip-ups.
5.
Looking at the scoreboard desperately, he wants to see if he can win this frame without having to pot the blue. And he can do. He pots the pink, goes 10 points in front. And then the yellow, green and brown, one of them with a colour. And then the 3 bought colours. And he won't need the blue to clinch
12.
the frame. He'll be well past the point of snookers required.
$15. 17.
So just green and brown required to leave his opponent needing a snooker to tie.
20. 24.
So there you see it, 23 points ahead, 18 remaining. 1 5-point snooker, which it would be obviously on the blue to tie.
Judd trump 24.
Must be said that Marco Fu was very unlucky when he got out of the snooker, but he had his chance earlier to maybe clinch the frame. But one snooker, not the tallest order, not quite there. Of course, at this level, it's not only the snooker, you've got to make it very difficult to hit. Well, that looks like a snooker. Now we want to get in off 2 cushions here and get right in behind the blue and kick it up the table. Now, caught it on the way up. So knocking it over the corner, I think that's end of frame. And it'll be a relief, Judd trump. Once again, he was in and made a mistake, but he got another chance, and that time he took it. Well,
11.
well, just a little bit of an exhibition
11.
shot, but it'll be a mighty relief, would you? So Matt John, I always believe that no player really settles until he gets his first frame on the scoreboard. Well, they both had one, they both missed. Probably Judd has missed more than Marco at the moment. But all set fair now for a good match.
Shouldn't be a problem for Marco to rest into the bunch here.
Well, has he put too much weight in that? Has he left the red to the left middle? He has. It's a little bit careless.
Yeah, sure. 1.
Yeah, just a little bit of a heavy contact, just stopped the cue ball going through as he would have liked. I can assume he's not playing the pink because the pink spot isn't available. But he was able to hold nicely for this red into the same pocket as the blue.
6. 7. 12.
'Yeah, it's one of those you'd like to run through for the black, but if you don't get the kiss on the second red right, you could finish up on nothing. So, let's see how he plays it. No, didn't want to take that
13.
risk, so played up for the pink and played it nicely.
Nineteen.
Just checking what's available. Probably seeing if the pink goes to the right corner. It looks as though it does from that view.
20.
Is he on the black? Didn't expect to kiss that red as full as he did. But he's okay. And that was a good shot. Didn't have the
27.
perfect angle, but forced it without any effort, really. And absolutely inch perfect on this red.
28.
Now, there is one loose red, but time to go into them, Stephen, you think?
It's an awkward pack. It's an awkward angle on the black, so... Yeah, he didn't go and catch the bunch full there. He's all right, he's got red to left centre.
35.
So if he puts too much screw here, he misses the pack completely. That's why he played a stun shot.
36.
Anyway, it worked out nicely. And he's loosened the red slightly. There'll be a lot better to go into next time around. He could go into him off the pink. Which he did. He's got one to the right corner.
42.
It's not too difficult a pot. He's got to control the cue ball.
43.
And played it really well. So this is a really good opportunity now to clinch this third frame.
$48. 49.
And possibly in a way that easy red he missed in the first frame when he was in. We'll sharpen him up now because he won't let that happen again. So red just, you don't concentrate,
56.
so you just don't strike the white properly. I haven't done that once, he won't do it again, I don't think.
57.
Yeah, he would consider that red that we saw that he missed as unmissable, but we all know we played this game, there's nothing unmissable, so as you say, it sharpens the mind, and this
63.
red is the frame clincher. Just the colour needed.
64.
And he'll go 71 points in front with just 67 remaining. Just overscrewed it slightly, but he's in the snooker's required stage.
71.
And if he pots this red, you wouldn't expect Marco Fu to come back to the table.
Thank you. 72.
So Marco, not really had much chance in this frame.
79. 80.
'It. Yeah, and just thinking back to how Judd got in this frame, it's funny, isn't it? This little snooker behind the black
87.
didn't look as though there was any problem. Marco just overhit it, what, an inch or two? Left the red to the middle, and he's been sat down ever since. And unfortunately, we're not going to see the
87.
century, but that was an excellent break of 87. And it's Judd Trump puts that first frame defeat behind him, and now leads by 2 frames to 1.
I think Judd Trump has proven in that department that he's not found wanting at all. So you would imagine a one-table setup at the Masters is, if he's going to get a breakthrough again in the world and win a tournament, it could be here.
OK, back we go. Last before the interval.
Yeah, not the best break-off shot. Has he got a good kiss on the brown? It's not bad. It's not bad at all. But a good long pot, it has to be said. Catching the brown half ball has left him in nice position.
Yeah, it was almost a carbon copy of the one he knocked in the previous frame. So Marco Fu's going to have to sharpen up his break-offs.
Five.
Well, he was willing that to stop as we look at that one. 9.5 feet away. But as I say, good kiss on the brown to keep it going, but he nearly overrun that positional shot. But the cue ball just pulled up in time.
Thirteen.
Yeah, straighter on that red would have been ideal, then he
14.
could have stayed on the black, but he's played a good shot. He's got a nice angle on the blue.
Here's Marco's first break-off. Frame 2. Now you see the red to the right pocket.
Here's
the break in this frame. left the same red. So he's going to have to do something new with his break-offs. As Judd's potted 2 out of 2 from his break.
In the meantime, Judd's been a little bit unlucky. Potted the red, tried to open the other reds. And the only ball he can pot is the black, and this black is tricky. Maybe easier if you were right-handed, but being left-handed. Not quite, just overcut it.
20.
But he may not have left much. Maybe the red closest to the cue ball is the one that's cuttable into the right corner. But as I say, it'd be tough for a right-hander, never mind a left-handed player. But just a fraction out. I'm sure this red can cut. And he doesn't have to do anything for position. Right in the heart of the pocket. He's bound to be on the black, or you would have thought so. And he is. So he's just got to judge. We always say it's very difficult when the ball's in the jaws of the pocket to absolutely be certain where the cue ball's going to finish.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that can happen if he pots the black thick. And that's pretty good. If he potted the black thick, the cue ball would have died and would have stayed near the spot cushion.
8.
So that was a better shot than it looked.
Nine.
Just a little bit too straight on the
16.
black, trying to force the angle, but he's come a little bit twixt in between here. He's not perfect on any of the reds.
Yeah, I think that just illustrated the difference in cue power between the two players. I think Trump would have had any problem finding that gap and getting on the red to the right corner. Just didn't get any pace in the cue ball at all there.
And
Marker
that
for
was
16.
poor positional shot. Cost him in the end. He'll be going back to his seat very disappointed. Just the positional shot prior to that red. Let's put him back in his seat. It's always going to be difficult to swing it round after two cushions and land on one of these reds to the right corner. And he's not done it. He's going to have to play the red near the baulk line. This isn't an easy pot by any means, but unlike Marco in the last frame, you know Judd's going to take this on. Needs to run past the green for position, and he's managed it.
7.
This is a good chance now.
His long potting's been excellent so far in this match.
Rambo.
say, we always say if you get near 90% for long shots, that's a very high standard.
Absolutely. I always think mid-60s or 70% is very good. But 86%, that's exceptional. So he's opened the reds. Just needs that one good pot now to keep this break going. He's got a choice. Red to the right middle, red to the left middle. One to the left middle. Change of plan. But he knows just one good pot now, and the frame's at his mercy. Mid-session interval after this frame. After losing the first frame in the way he did, he'll be over the moon with a 3-1 lead. But not at this visit.
Judd Trump 11.
Just caught the near jaw. I think he has a possibility of pots on here, but maybe doesn't want to risk it. So just deciding to play safe. Disappointed with that. Although having said that, he was very important that he covered the red near the baulk line, but he has left a possible pot here into the left corner. Looking at those two reds just below the pink, they're not quite a plant. Just, as you see, just aiming to the left-hand jaw. But as I say, there's a possibility this red will pot. And in it goes. And a nice bump off the middle. That's absolutely now perfect. And that was the problem with Judd's choice of shot there. OK, he covered the red on the baulk line, but he did give his opponent half a chance. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't an easy shot. But half a chance sometimes is what can win and lose frames at this level.
Six. Seven.
A little bit short of what he intended. I think the red immediately below the pink may be available into the right corner here, so doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. And of course, in potting this one, he releases the other red.
14.
This red, when he pots it, will put the points all level.
15.
So when you look at the situation of the reds after this black, he's going to need the remaining 4 reds to clinch the frame at this visit. It's not a formality by any means. Quite a bit of work to be done.
$22. $20.
Wanted to avoid the pink there. That's why he's lost the cue ball a little bit. He's looking to see if he can pot the blue in the right corner and just drop behind the red that's near the right cushion into the same pocket. And played that nicely.
$26.
Yes, and may be able to drop this red in and leave a nice angle on the black to remove that red away from the right-hand cushion. Looks as though he's got a good angle to do that. Sometimes people prefer to stun them in rather than roll them in. Looks as though he's stunning it, playing it just below centre. He's going back up for the blue. I don't understand that. It looked perfect to me to just float it in and be on the black. And the more pace you play in those type of shots, the more accurate you have to be.
Yeah, pink or black looked easier options than screwing back for the blue.
Well, he's looking at the red that's on the left-hand side cushion. I can only assume that it must be tight to the cushion. Is he thinking of taking the pot on? I think he is, you know. And it is tight to the cushion. So it wouldn't be the biggest surprise if he knocked this in. Over a minute thinking time, but this is a big shot, this he's going to take on. No. Hit the red first. But he'll be pleased with the outcome. He'll be very pleased with the outcome. I remember the days they used to put the hand up and apologise, you know. Don't do that anymore.
Why say sorry if you're not?
Fair comment. Yeah, you say sorry and then clear up, something like that, so. But Marco in the spot of bother here. It's the old story. He's got to get out of the snooker, and he's somehow got to get it safe. So he'll need a bit of luck on his side here.
I think the red that's nearest the baulk cushion, if he can come off the side and baulk cushion, hit it full in the face, he'll knock it towards the baulk line and hopefully leave the cue ball near the baulk cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you want to be playing this too hard, because if you miss that red, then you'd possibly leave the other one, but give it one go. But of course, it's made a little bit more difficult, the fact he's hampered in having to use the spider. But just play it the nice way. Try to come off the 2 cushions, hit that red full in the face, and as you say, knock it towards the baulk cushion, or the baulk line. Well, he's played it dead weight. And that was the problem, playing it dead weight. If you didn't hit it full in the face, you're more than likely we're going to leave it. And that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, if you've got your hand on the table, it's much easier
One.
to play that shot, but with a spider, That was so tough.
I mean, on the face of it, the red near the baulk line, he's perfect for a left-handed player, but he must have come slightly awkward. Too straight on the brown, a little bit too much angle on the green. Well, managed to hold it well, and it's all going to come down now to the what will be the awkward last
Four.
red.
He may have a chance to take it off here. I don't think he's going to play it. He could have stunned off 2 or 3 cushions around in between the yellow and the blue.
Well, he's tried that. And he got the cannon, but
5.
I always quote Eddie Charlton, the Australian. He said, never try to move a red off a red, because if you do, you're never certain to be on the colour. Sorry about the Australian accent, but old steady Eddie was right.
Well, excellent cue ball, but he's
Judd trump
missed the
5.
pot. It was a great attempt.
Yeah, just a fraction out with the black. As you say, excellent cue ball, but now it's his opponent that can reap the benefits. So a quick glance at the scoreboard for Marco. He's 7 points in the lead. He's not got the perfect angle on this black to get back up for the yellow. So it's not going to be a formality to win the fray. In fact, I don't think he's playing the pot, he's playing the snooker.
Yeah, he just hasn't got that
Marco,
shot in his
three
armoury,
more.
has he? To play the deep screw off the cushion to go up for the yellow. Judd Trump would have played it.
Absolutely. Yeah, but fair play, he knows his limitations. So Judd's got to hit this yellow. It's not the most difficult of hits. It depends how he wants to play it. Looks as though he can come round off the 2 cushions. But well, he decided to play it off 1 cushion, and I'll tell you what, it was a good hit. Needs a bit of luck. Had it. Had it. Well, it's not a snooker, but I'll tell you what, this isn't the easiest safety shot by any means. Double kisses on if you hit the yellow direct. If you don't catch it just right, because I don't think you can get to the left-hand side of the yellow. Now you see he can't. And if he can only get to the right-hand side of the yellow, he tries to play it up and down the table. It could run into the green. He'll do well to get this safe. Well, he tried the thin one.
Foul and a miss. Marco 4.
In a way, he was a little bit lucky that he missed the bump in the middle pocket. They could have left a free ball there.
Right, you're going to have to help me out with the cue ball.
Heard Michaela
Yeah.
there said, you're going to have to help me out. What, do you want to borrow, a £5?
Okay. All right. Okay, Marco.
That's where it was, and that's where it is now, so... He's still playing the thin one, and he's missed it again.
Foul and a miss.
Now,
Marco 4.
I'm not certain whether he can be warned here, because I'm not certain he can see all of the yellow. Let's see what Michaela says.
Okay. Got to warn you now, if you don't hit a ball on, you lose a frame.
Ooh, she's warning him, so I thought the rule was if you couldn't hit both sides of the ball, but...
Full contact.
Full contact. Well, that's it then. So he could hit the yellow 4 ball, so... Michaela's right again. Puts more pressure on the safety shot now. As I say, just playing it half ball on the right-hand side, this yellow, is a danger it could run into the green, but listen, hit the yellow, just hope for the best, because you wouldn't want to lose the frame by missing it for the 3rd time. Surely not.
I don't think Judd would have played that shot a second time. If that's what his interpretation of the rule was, he obviously thought you had to see both sides.
Well, I did. I thought it was sort of a free ball situation, you know. Anyway, he's had a result. The only downside for Judd, although there's no real downside because it was imperative he got the yellow safe, but he's not the brown safe, so that's a little bit of extra insurance for Marco. Well, maybe not, because looking at the scoreboard, Marco needs the brown as well. So this frame's turned on its head completely now. And that's not the best shot. Can he get through to pot this yellow? I think he can, just. He'll automatically go back up for the green. Well, in the end, decided not to play the pot. Maybe he couldn't see enough of it. If it slows up, he'll get the snooker behind the green. We all love the potting and break building, but there's nothing like a close finish to a frame. Good hit. You'd have to say Marco, slight favourite.
This looks pretty good. Excellent safety shot.
Yes, and Marco can't get through it to direct. So coming off the cushion, lots of right-hand side. Needs to run to the baulk cushion to be safe. And it has done. That was an excellent escape, a controlled escape.
Chance for Judd. He can double the yellow to dislodge the brown here. Leave the cue ball on the baulk cushion. He'd be unlucky to stick the yellow up in the middle.
Well short of pace there. And kissing the green, but he's not really left anything for Judd to have a go at here. Trying to get in behind the pink. Just a fraction too hard. But it's safe enough. take this on. He's got the slight angle he needs, but it's a tough shot. No, I thought better of it, and I can't blame him. And he's played that really well. Good shot. Excellent shot. So he's given us good as he's taken here. Where's the cue ball? Whoa. I'll tell you what, if you can hear some noise, that's the rain we're getting outside at the Alexander Palace. Absolutely teeming down. Well, just over the 30-minute mark. I've not had one over 20 minutes prior, but it's just the way the balls have run. Just at the end of this, but a big frame. Three, one or two apiece, big difference. Good snooker from Judd. I think the one cushion escape across the table, the blue might just be blocking that. So maybe not the easiest snooker to get out of. And if he comes off this top cushion, there's always a danger of it in the bump of the middle pocket.
Yeah, he's also got to be careful what speed he plays it. If he could bring the brown into play. And if he plays it dead weight, he's going to be snookered again, even if he hits the yellow.
Foul and a miss. Judd trump 4.
Just having to think whether he should have him playing it again. I see no reason why not, to be honest with you. That's the line, he's just a little bit shorter pace. But even if he hits the yellow, he leaves the cue ball close to the yellow, then Judd could possibly gain another advantage. So that's what he's playing. But as I say, if he leaves it like that, there's a possibility then that Judd could play the snooker behind the brown. But he's got the line, and needs the length.
Foul and a miss. Judd trump 4.
And these 4 points really add up, particularly at the end of a frame. I've got to be honest with you, I'd be playing this with a bit more pace, in all honesty.
Okay. Judd.
It'll be hard enough this time. Has he got the line? Has he got the line? He has, but he could be in trouble again here. Just a little screw back, get that cue ball back behind the brown. I suppose he'd be a little bit wary of possibly leaving the yellow up, but he should be able to control it. That was the problem to me of Marco playing it dead weight like that. He was always leaving himself open to be snookered again. Well, it was a good hit, but as we always say, it's not getting out of the snookers. Can you get them safe? But that brown always looked as though it's going to be the key ball in this frame. And it certainly looks as though it's going to be now.
He does have the chance to take the brown off. Here he can put the yellow in the centre and come off the baulk cushion, but the only danger if he cannons the brown, does he snooker himself behind the blue for the green?
Yes, and because he had that in his mind, that's why he played that little bit of extra pace. And he snookered himself, I think. I don't think he can get through directly to the green. Just 5 points in it. This frame's still in the balance.
Judd trump 2.
Good hit, though. Purposely playing that with enough pace to go near the pocket and then bounce off the top cushion. Okay, he was thinking of maybe a snooker behind the brown, but the most important thing, get the green safe, and he's done that. Cue ball.
Foul. Judd trump 4.
It's going to have to be a good clearance though, John, isn't it? If someone does get in to win this
Absolutely.
frame.
And I was thinking, and just before Marco went in off, that he was the favourite because he didn't need the pink. But now having gone in off, he will need the pink. He can't win it, the frame now, with just green, brown and blue. Both players putting an awful lot of effort into this frame, which makes it all the more important. put a lot of effort in, then you want the reward of winning the frame, but hard to say who's going to win it at the moment. It's funny, you know, we say on many occasions no two frames of snooker are alike, and after the first 3 frames, I never saw a frame like this coming. A long drawn-out affair. Well, we're coming up to 40 minutes. Judd Trump doesn't play many a frame that takes this long. He either wins it or his opponent wins it. But it's fair to say that Marco hasn't really left Judd an opportunity at this green. I'm certain if he got half a chance he'd be going for it, but certainly wouldn't be playing it off this. This is too tough. I mean, it looks a nice target behind the brown, you know, to come off the baulk cushion behind the brown, but you're going to have to play quite a bit of pace on the green, so you probably won't fancy that. You'd be more concerned with getting the green safe. But that's not a particularly good shot, and may just have handed the advantage now to Judd. If he can get to either side of the green, you'd think he possibly would try and get the snooker behind the black. All depends how he sees it. And that's what he's played. I wouldn't have particularly played it like that. It was too close to the enough for my comfort, but he's got the snooker. So, every credit. See, got the snooker, and okay, a swerve would hit it, but he doesn't want to be moving that brown at the moment. But he wants to be hitting the green.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 4.
There's a choice here for Judd. I mean, miss has been called, but it's an easy snooker to lay behind the brown here. I could see value in Judd playing this and just rolling the green on and off the baulk cushion. Snooker behind the brown surely is a formality. That's what he played, and that's what he's got. And then Judd Trump in the position where he doesn't need the pink. He needs the awkward brown, but there's only one obstacle to overcome to win the frame.
These escapes are tough to get safe when the object ball's close to the pocket like the green is. Always a chance of fluking the green, of course, but maybe just trying to push the green to the baulk cushion. He's playing it with pace.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 4. Okay.
I think if Judd could have got his hand on the table, then he wouldn't have accepted the miss, but
Excuse me, sorry.
he's been a bit disappointed, Marco, hasn't he, in the way he's been getting out of some of these snookers. They haven't looked... You know, if you've got a one-cushion escape, then you'd expect to hit it. He's trying to whip this off 2 cushions and knock the green up the table, it appears, but... Well, he hit it this time, but he will have left it. Now, I think it goes past the blue, and I think he may have the angle to screw into the brown and bring the brown into play. Green, brown and blue needed for a 3-1 lead at the mid-session interval. Wow. And you could see, if he'd have hit that green in the middle of the pocket, he'd have brought the brown into play. But he's missed it. See, he hit it in the wrong side. If he'd have hit it in the middle of the pocket, he'd have hit the green fuller, and he'd have definitely got the cannon. He seemed to overhit that to me.
It can happen though, can't it? You have a long bout of safety. Your timing, when it comes to potting something, has left you.
Yeah, fair comment. He was disappointed though he didn't take that opportunity. As I say, if he'd have potted the green in the heart of the pocket, he'd have definitely got the cannon.
Marco
And the
Fuseli.
big difference it is now, the difference being 4 points in Judd Trump's favour, but he will need the awkward pink, as will Marco. Coming up to 45 minutes. Well, this brown will pass the black. So this is a chance for Marco Fu. One good pot. You think he'd automatically be on the blue if he pots the brown? Points all square, blue and pink to level at the mid-session interval.
Now, what do you do? The biggest chance of getting the pot is if you play it dead weight, to give the pink every chance of dropping. And then if you miss it, you've lost a frame.
Surely you can't take this on, Stephen. This is too risky. Well, he didn't take it on, and he's played the perfect shot. Beautiful snooker. 5 points the difference, so if Judd did miss the pink on this attempt, it wouldn't cost him the frame, but he needs to hit it and get it safe.
Foul and a miss.
Miss will be called,
Marco Fuseli.
and obviously it will be accepted. Now he's got to hit it this time. If he doesn't hit it this time, he'll need a snooker.
Marco.
Doesn't look that difficult to hit. He's hit it. Not exactly safe. I'm sure Marco will take this on into the far right corner. It's frame ball. You can't turn down these, surely. Well, he did. Where's this cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? Oh! Well, I don't want to be harsh, Stephen, but if it had gone in off there, it'd have been his own fault. I can't believe he's refused the pink.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. I would have no sympathy there if the cue ball goes in off. It's a half-ball pot. How can you refuse it? The one along the cushion, I agree with you, he should never have gone for that first pink, but this, it's unbelievable that he's turned that down.
Unlucky not to go in off. Can Judd get it safe? Needs to run past the middle. Good shot. Good shot. Will Marco Fu get a better chance than the one he turned down? This cue ball's close to the corner again. This time it's in.
Foul. Judd
Judd will
trumps
be
6.
thinking, why didn't he go in the last time? Could he have had a chance of potting the pink? Now, does this pink pass the black? Well, it does just about. But it's one of those, when you're playing them so thin, if they don't go in and you get very close to the pot, they stay in the jaws. What a thriller this frame's been. We've had everything. But not a result as yet, as we come into the 50th minute.
If he's playing the cue ball in behind the black, he's got to be very careful of the double kiss.
Made doubly certain of getting the pink safe, and he's done that. Cushion first, judged it well. Once again, as Stephen alluded to before, if he's playing the pink up and down the table, he's got to be very careful of the double kiss. I don't think it's one you can play cushion first, you can't get right in behind it. Needs to be careful here. Needs a good length for that pink. It's not a bad length. I don't think it would be tempting Marco Fu to play the cut. It is cuttable.
Turn that camera off, please.
A little bit easier now for Judd to play the up and down shot. He's not too bothered about the snooker, he just wants to get that pink tight to the cushion if he can. Well, he went all out for the snooker. That's a risky thing to do. Because what you do in that respect is leave the cue ball and object ball close together. Makes it a lot easier for your opponent. You may be thinking, will he play the double? Maybe too risky, but the double is on. Played the snooker, but just not there. That's excellent. Won't be able to get him behind this one. So the up and down, as we've said a few times, always be wary of the double kiss. Played it well, played it well.
I've been impressed with Trump's safety and his patience in this frame, though.
Yes, he's competed with Marco. This is a bit pacey. This is a little bit pacey, is it? Well, it's not too bad, but it shouldn't cause any problem here for Marco to maybe play a better safety than that. And possibly get the snooker. Hand on the table. Well, it's a nothing shot for me, that. Maybe he was thinking not the black safe. But I could have thought something a bit more telling than that. This is an easy safety shot for Judd.
Once again, the big problem here is a double kiss, whatever way you play this.
Well, Marco was up very quickly. I think he thought he'd caught it wrong, but I think it's safe enough not to tempt Judd into going for the pot. Coming up to 55 minutes. Needs to run past the black if it's going to be any good. And it hasn't. But after the couple of half chances Marco's refused at potting the ping, I don't think he'll be taking this one on. Looks quite an easy shot just to play thin off the left-hand side of the pink. Put the ping off the side cushion to the baulk cushion. Well, is he going for it? He did go for it, and he's knocked it in. So it just shows you sometimes it's the shot that you fancy determines what you go for. Excellent pot on the pink. What a frame that was. And Marco Fu will be well pleased to go to the mid-session interval. All square, 2 apiece.
Sort out.
Okay, plenty to talk about in the career of Judd Trump, and indeed in the context of this match. And we're poised all square at 2 frames apiece. Remember, first of 6 will be going through to the quarter-final. Back to Stephen and John.
Yeah, very interesting tidbits about Judd Trump. Always say, though, at this game of snooker, you always get a chance. It's very rare in a frame that you don't get a chance. And when you get them, you've got to take them. And Judd's had a few opportunities in frames he's lost already in this match that he'll look back on and won't be too happy. But he'll be happy with that break-off shot. Snookered Marco on all reds. Looks like he's going to play the 2-cushion escape with pace here.
Foul on a miss. Judd Trump 4.
Miscalled and accepted by Judd, asking Michaela to replace the cue ball.
Yeah, players always give themselves.
Judd.
And this shot, kind of shot one sort of thin miss. They're never going to err on the side of thickness. Should get it this time. Well, he has hit it thick.
And having hit it that thick, lucky not to leave anything easier than this. In fact, it was so difficult that Judd decided just to play the safety. And that's a good safety. Such a fine line, isn't it, between attack and defence. You know, you feel if it turns into a tactical battle, you'd favour Marco Fu.
Foul on a miss. Judd Trump 4.
May not be taken. I don't know whether this red that's sticking out will pot. If it doesn't, then he will have it replaced. And the reason that Marco missed this, because he knows if he hits it a fraction thicker than intended.
Is that the right distance? Yeah. Okay. Judd.
he could go in off, or he could rattle in the jaws of this right corner pocket and the cue ball stay at this end of the table. Gotta catch this just right. Oh, a miscue. And now the
Foul
warning.
minutes. Judd Trump for.
He'll have it replaced and he'll be warned. He doesn't want to miscue this time, otherwise he's lost the frame.
Okay. I've got to warn you now, if you don't hit a ball on, you'll lose the frame.
So put plenty of chalk on that tip. Hit it this time. That was always his problem. He was frightened of knocking a red onto the left corner. That's exactly what he's done. And just knocked a few of these in today. But not that one. Much too thick. And he may have left this red. He has. So how easy it can turn round. But that was a chance, as I say. You always get a chance. One pot success from both players now. It's pretty reasonable.
One.
And he played that nicely. He's on the black. And pot in the black. He played a little cannon on the red just to the left of the black. Trying to develop it. And played it nicely. And this is where he's at his best, Marco Fu. As we said before.
8. Nine.
Would have liked the cue ball to travel. It's not a couple inches. Should still be okay. We'll play a cannon in the red that's immediately above the black. Leave a red to the right corner. Yeah, we're looking for an angle off the black after this red. It's always best to go
16.
into the bunch when you've got maybe 1 or 2 loose reds. To give you that little bit of insurance.
Seventeen.
Where's the red? Just run past the middle pocket, but he's not on anything easy now.
24.
And he'll bottom, but he just doesn't get enough pace into those type of shots. You see Ronnie O'Sullivan play that, and where the cue ball keeps travelling back into the reds. So he's not on anything easy. There's a possibility of a red to the right middle, but hampered. Nice pot though. A very good pot. And he's just about on the black. And a good recovery, and now back in good position.
32. $33.
Well, this pink's still poppable. That was a poor shot. It's like the cue ball run. Good 6 inches too far.
39. $40.
Nice angle on the brown to come off one cushion and go into the bunch. Can still do it off the blue.
Yes, he looked to have the perfect angle, but decided to play for one red. He's nicely on it, and in potting it, we'll bring a couple more reds into play. The blue going, no spot available, the pink's occupying the blue spot. So once again, it goes as close to its spot as it can in a direct line with the middle of this
45.
top cushion without touching the pink. Cue ball close to the middle, but
46.
the bump's okay. Both the blue and pink will be potable, as I say, because they're not touching.
Blue one.
He wants to play for the black here, but he may just have left himself too much angle.
Thank you.
Just drop the red
51.
in for the black to the right corner.
$52.
And now a nice angle on the blue to run through and probably play for this red that's closest to the right corner pocket. And getting that out of the way, he makes the black available into both corners. Decided to stun down the line, but still play for that red, as I say, which clears both corner pockets now. This is an excellent chance.
Thank you. 57. $58.
Just looking at Marco's body language, a bit of a
65.
grimace there. Should have been better on this red, should have been on it so he could run through for the black. He's going to have to go up for blue or pink now. That's careless.
$66.
But no harm done. And now back in perfect position. And in potting this red, we'll release the reds just next to it and to go into the right corner. There
71.
you see, 59 points the lead, 67 remaining. So just this red needed.
72.
And that means Snooker's required and is nicely on the black. Fancy a century here. He's one of them players when he does get in and around the pink and black, although once again, not happy with that.
79.
Didn't run through far enough, but it shouldn't cost him in the Snooker's required stage.
80. $87. 88.
Funny old game, and it didn't seem that long ago. Michaela was warning him that if he didn't hit the red, he'd forfeit the frame. He finished up playing a good safety shot. Judd Trump missed the long pot, and he's sat down ever since.
95. $96. $103. 104.
Highest break so far in the Masters. Mark Davis with a break of 136, £10,000 for the high break.
$111.
So
113.
clearance now would be a break of 138, which would be the highest break. And the front runner for that £10,000 prize has already been 3 centuries, not as many as you would normally expect. But of course we're only into the second day.
120.
Just not the right side of the blue here, so he's not going to have perfect position on the pink. He's going to have to send the cue ball in and out of balk.
125.
It's going to have to need to bounce off this top cushion.
131.
So this for the front run in a high break prize. In it goes, and that was Marco Fu at his best. He gets in around the pink and black, and that cue action is tailor-made for it. And he wins the first frame after the interval, and now leads by 3 frames.
And you said you had a tendency almost to rush things against him because his style was so in contrast with that.
Yeah, well, he saunters around the table, I mean, and everything is at his own pace. And sometimes, and particularly for Judd, who likes to get on with it, he will, you know, feel the rush to the table and try and get there and try and win the frame very, very quickly, because he knows if he doesn't, it's going to get dragged out more times than not. But fascinating encounter.
Yes, indeed. Back we go.
Better break off from Marco Fu in this frame. Didn't leave Judd an opportunity.
Well, there's the pot success, 95% Marco Fu. That's worthy of winning any match. Judd just below 90%. Needs to raise that. Quite certain what he had in mind there. And he's been a little bit fortunate. Trying to get back up, but that red so thick. But where he's been fortunate, he's tied the pink and black up. Judd can't afford to be missing these chances. Don't miss easy balls. If you do, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, there was perhaps a little bit of frustration in Judd there, as you say. Came to the table. When Marco first played the shot, he probably expected an easy chance, but as you say, the pink and black were blocked up. Still expect him to pot these. And potting this red to the left corner, he's going to be cannon into the other balls, so It's a shot you'd have to play with a lot of pace, and as we said, he hasn't got the most cue power in the world.
Yes, and you called it, Stephen, and it does find him out, but because it seems he has to put a little bit of shoulder in it, really, to get that type of pace. Let's see if we see any movement, if we can see him again. You know, he just has to hit it a little bit extra. He doesn't seem in complete control of everything. 38 minutes since Judd last potted a ball, but that was a good pot and played it really well.
Yeah, there's a contrast in the cue actions. If ever you see one there, the power there was phenomenal. And also to get that cue ball to come in a straight line, to miss the pack. Great cueing.
Just having a look here, see if he can get in and out of balk. And a possibility, he'll be thinking that he could maybe bring the pink and black into play. That's the line he's looking at. Well, he got into him, or into the cue ball too much, and disappointed.
6.
But I don't think that was the line he was trying, in all honesty.
No, if he was playing into the pack, I think it was the wrong shot, because you're only going to block up things even more. So I think he just misjudged it. I think he was playing your shot to bring the pink and black into play.
And he's looking at this red, and he's looking to play it right-handed at the moment. The one thing he doesn't want to do here, Judd, is get frustrated. I said early on in the match, patience could be the key to winning or losing. Well, he's playing a plant here, and a tough one. Sometimes you think, well, I'm so unlucky, I should be on one, and then you start pushing the boat out, but you can do that, and it costs you dear. He's got an easy safety, and the plant, well, it's a tough one. Well, he played it well, and he's not too bad. He's finished up with a slight angle on the blue, which is what he was looking for. Rather that for me than the plant. Looks as though he's just about on this red that's closest to the right corner. But can he avoid the kiss on the second red to get back up for the blue? Well, he could quite comfortably.
13.
But just a bit short of pace. And the reason he was like that, he was a bit worried if he played it with more pace, the cue ball could have swung a bit wider and connected with that red near the top cushion. I think the red just to the left of the yellow is available, but he can't just hold for that. If he was straighter on the blue, he could. He's played that well. That's a good shot.
18. $19.
But until he gets that pink and black in play, it's going to be a big ask to win the frame at this visit.
24.
Not good. Possibly could cut this red back to the right corner, but it's a tough one. Well, he's got it. Is he going to be on a colour?
25.
Not quite. Snooker behind the brown. That's the obvious choice.
Judd Trump, 25.
And if he's cut down the escape down the right-hand side of the table, which it appears as though he's does, that could be quite a telling snooker. Marco not certain to get this safe. Doesn't appear to be a one-cushion escape, so that makes it more difficult.
Touching ball.
Well, you couldn't play it much better than that. It's good shots. OK. It's going to be easy for Judd to put him back in trouble. He'd love to get that cue ball in behind the brown if he could. The brown is the target. It looks pretty good, this. It looks very good. Just overrun it a little bit. But Marco's got to catch this safety just right. And hasn't done. There's a red available here. That's the red he's looking at, and I think he can swing round the angles for the blue or bought colour. He's long potting, just going off the boil at the moment. That's not a good sign. Judd Trump still below what's required in the pot success department. Nice little rub off the brown. Makes that a better safety shot than if it had hit the brown full ball. It's not easy to play an escape route down the right-hand side of the table. Well, that's what he attempted, and I can't believe it. Well, if he's got away with that, he's very fortunate.
He didn't even seem to hit that with much conviction, that safety shot, Marco. It seemed to just be no strike in the ball at all.
Yeah, I can only assume he was playing to hit the red wafer thin, and that would have got the pace, but it hit much too thick. And as I say, I think the red just above the pink will just about go into the corner pocket. But there you see, but it's a dangerous shot to play. And having hit the safety so badly, could have left something a lot easier than this.
He's second guessing himself a lot now, isn't he? He just seems to be getting up and down, up and down. If he wants to play the pot, he should just get down and play the pot.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that he's missed a few and there's that long drawn out frame before the mid-session interval, and Marco kept him off the table in the last frame, so just erring on the side of caution. But if you're going to do that, play better safety shots than he's just done there, because the red closest to the corner, he's left.
Eight.
Well, you can tell by Marco's reaction what he thinks of that shot. This red is still possible, but much thinner cut than he was hoping for.
Yes, and I think he was assuming that the black wouldn't go on its own spot, so they tied up again, the pink and black. Cue ball.
Foul. Mark
No,
a foot, eight.
no excuse for that.
Judd
That
Trump.
middle pocket's always been there. Every table I've ever played on, anyway.
The three reds that are closest to the black cushion, I'll be playing a safety off the one to the right, off roundy angles, and trying to bring the pink and black into play. Be half ball on that red. On the left-hand side as Judd looks at it. Left-hand side of two cushions. Oh, he's playing the red right above the pink and black. It was a good safety shot. It wasn't the most positive one he could have played.
Yeah, when you play safe, you try to put pressure on your opponent, and if the pink and black had have been free, then obviously it'd have been a bit more pressure on Marco to get it safe. He's just short of pace anyway, so it doesn't look too difficult, this. Cross double off the red on the right-hand side of the table. Shouldn't be a problem, you wouldn't have thought. But he's hit it much too thick. And once again, you'd have to say a little bit lucky not to leave anything easier than what he has done. Good pots. That's more like it from Judd. But you can see the way the balls are situated, it's not the best opportunity.
He could stun the cue ball off the baulk cushion with right-hand side, come off two cushions to come down and try and cannon the pink and black, or the three reds behind them.
Six.
Just coming round here, having a look. I think he played this red off the side and stunned it out ball. He could run this red into the pink and black, but he just maybe making certain the pink and black aren't a plant to the corner.
Thank you. Judd trump 6.
That's a good shot. That's a good shot. Nothing wrong with that. It's not going to be easy for Marco to get this cue ball back to the balk end. Just playing the containing safety. Just get the feeling though at the moment, Stephen, that Marco's calling the shot, so to speak. I think Judd's just not imposing himself enough.
No, the game's been played exactly the way Marco wants it to be played. I think Judd needs to play his natural game. Just let loose. I know you have to, you know, hold the reins in a little bit, but I think he's got to play to his strengths.
The average shot time, probably a little bit less than normal for Marco, but Judd Trump usually about 19, 20 seconds a shot. So just emphasises what you're saying. It is being played at Marco's pace at the moment. Tried to just drop it in, wasn't interested in position. Thought drop it in and then play safe. But he got the dreaded double kiss. So this red is potable. I don't know whether Judd would consider taking a chance here and trying to disturb the three reds below the pink and black, possibly bring the pink and black into play. Just try and make something happen. I think that's what Judd's good at doing. Don't just birdie this and play for the blue. I think something a bit more positive than that. Well, that's what he did.
Thank you. 1. Six.
Just about pulled up in time, but these are missable. In fact, he thought it was that missable. He just made certain of the pot, and he's got no position. Disappointing.
Judd trump 7.
Good pot. I think the pot was an afterthought. I think he was more concerned with getting the cue ball. I think the red going in was a bonus. I'd like to cover the reds with the brown and blue.
Judd, trump 1.
Is there a gap? There's always a gap. But there's not a gap that can see him hitting the edge of the red. So in other words, he can't get the cue ball back to baulk. Judd was a little bit disappointed when he played the yellow that he's left the yellow in a possible position. I mean, he's already knocked the green safe. As you say, I think at the moment, Stephen, he's just second-guessing himself. He's trying to play hard match-play snooker, but it's not in his nature.
No, I think if he just leaves the cue ball tight in a baulk cushion anywhere, you're forcing Marco into playing a safety. Bringing the reds into play. The green's already safe.
Slid off the third cushion, and it's left a pot on
Judd,
here.
trump 4.
Okay, it might be difficult to get on a colour. If it is, just pot the red and play safe. Still needs 2 reds, 2 colours to clinch the frame. Absolutely no heroics.
1.
But once again, try and put that cue ball in the middle of the baulk cushion. Don't worry about whether you can put a ball safe or not. In fact, I'd like to leave the brown and blue in the middle of the table. Off the yellow, find the middle of that baulk cushion. You'll leave your opponent in trouble.
Judd, trump 1.
That's the shot. Played it well. Doesn't want to hit this red on the way up, and that's exactly what he's done. So he's left another red now. And this red will put him 35 points in front with 35 remaining.
One.
So just taking them one at a time, but it's enough.
Rainbow.
Put the cue ball anywhere on the right-hand side of the table. You'll have the snooker.
Judd, trump 1.
Big favourite now, Judd Trump. 35 points in front, 35 remaining. Pink and black tied up. And now that Marco has missed the snooker,
Judd, trump 4.
and surely a free ball.
Free ball.
Free ball, so pot the blue, it'll count as a red. Well, Marco having a look, he doesn't think it is a free ball.
Do you want me to check it?
You can always ask the referee to check. Now, the reason Michaela has put a red next to the red, what she's now going to look, can you hit the red on the left-hand side full ball? And looking at that angle, I would say it isn't a free ball.
I mean, I don't think it's going to make a great difference to the outcome of the frame, is it really? If he's not got a free ball, he'll just play the snooker.
We'll put another red now.
My apologies, it's not a free ball.
Apology accepted, Michaela. Marco, as I say, was entitled to question the decision. That's a snooker. That should
Wow.
be end of frame.
Judd Trump for.
Of course, it's not gentlemanly to give up a frame when your opponent's turn at the table. Although, having said that, I suppose 43 points behind, one snooker and a free ball, and you could win it with just one snooker. I don't know whether Marco's in the mood to carry on. Maybe not now. This cue ball's nestling up behind the pink and black again.
Ring conceded.
That's enough. He nods. He's conceded. So Judd Trump didn't do it in the Judd Trump fashion, but he did it with good, hard match play.
That's the way Marco Fu was trying to play. But it's, you know, if the other guy is patient, then it can work out with
But I think,
advantage.
yeah, I think Judd's got a great safety game. You know, I think personally, not everybody's agree, but personally, I think he's really sort of in the situation where it's not that far away from moving up a level.
It's interesting to hear. I'm sure he'd be very glad to hear it as well. 3 frames apiece.
Yes, I think the real reason that we analyse Judd so much, we see he's got so much talent, and we just wonder why the results aren't coming. We're not picking holes in his game by any means. He's got every shot in the book, but when the results don't come, you obviously question why. And that's a little bit careless from Marco. I think he's left one here, Stephen.
He's not had a good record all day when he's been getting out of snookers. His escapes, he's been either missing the ball or leaving balls on, playing the poor pace. And that's twice from a simple looking snooker that he's left a pot on. But I think the difference, a big difference in the two players, John, is that Judd's similar to myself, and he cares how he plays to win. For Marco, I think the victory is everything, and is prepared to not play as well just to get the victory. But Judd won't get the pleasure if he's not playing well.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I know a few players, if they missed a few pots early on in a frame, they just don't feel as though they're entitled to win it. It's an embarrassment, if you like. But other players put those shots behind them and think, as you say, as long as they get over the line.
Sure. 12.
Well, this is a decent opportunity now for Judd to build up a useful lead in this important 7th frame. Best of 11, first to 6. Books his place in the 2nd round.
$13.
Just missed the cannon there. Just played the cannon
20.
on the outside red, and as you see, just shaved past it. Always knew he'd have another one, but with this red, I'm not certain he can retain position on the black. He'd like to. Well, he thinks as though he can, just dropping it in dead weight.
21.
what sort of an angle's he
28.
got on this red. He's okay. He can screw on and off the side cushion.
29.
But once again, come a little bit straighter than he would have liked. There is a red at the bottom of the cluster, but he can't get on that straight because of the red that he tried to cannon before. So he's going to have to either run through the cluster
36.
or play the screw shot here. It can go wrong. Decided to play it with lots of pace.
38.
2 reds went in there. But he's not on the black. And there's a little bit of pressure on this blue. There's the second one going in the middle pocket. Nice recovery.
43.
Used all the pocket there, and you
44.
can see he wasn't happy.
Slight movement there.
Yeah, that was one that it'd have been one of those. It'd have been an easy miss. You'd gone back to your seat, but he just got away with it. A
51.
bit more pace, it wouldn't have dropped.
52.
So, as we all know at this game, take nothing for granted. And it's not dissimilar to a red he missed in the first frame where he hit the left-hand jaw, when there was no need, really, to go near the left-hand jaw. If anything, you want to be near the right-hand jaw. And this was the
59.
one, you see. Left-hand jaw again. So maybe, unintentionally, just hitting across the ball slightly.
Yeah, just touch your right-hand side, pushing the cue ball over.
$60.
It's black to go 67 points in front, 67 remaining. So one more red required. And he's on the red he needs.
67. $68.
So one brown, one blue,
74.
2 pinks, and
75.
the blacks, and it'd be nice to see him make a century break. His opponent has already made a 138, which is the highest break in the Masters
81.
this year, the Dafabet Masters. He can't beat that
82.
here, but every player worth his salt likes to make a century break. Give the crowd something to cheer about.
$84. $85.
Played the old banana trying to move the red. There was no need for that, just a bit of an exhibition shot.
92.
Well, show us one here, Judd, and knock this one in if you can. Go in there. Wonderful. And perfect on the black.
93.
What a pot that was. Oh, what a shame. he's looking at the wrong pocket.
$100. 102.
Great pots. Was the black a trick shot or a fluke?
I would hazard a guess the last ready potted.
105.
There's very few, if any, players that could pot that at that pace.
$109.
This is when he's at his happiest, when he can be knocking the balls in like this. Really shows off his talent. Just needs to slow up to be perfect on the pin. He's not perfect, so here's another deep screw all up and down the table. Hello, bit of check.
120.
Well, what a wonderful finish and a wonderful frame. Worked hard to win the last one, did that one in style. He now leads Marco Fu by 4 frames.
4-3 in front.
So Marco had to sit out that last frame. Gets frame 8 underway. And he'll be hoping that he gets a chance. That's the strange thing about snooker. In frame 5, he made a marvellous break, highest of the tournament so far, a 138, and has never really had much of an opportunity since. Well, he missed the red, Judd, but he really struck it well. Wasn't far away from the pot, and because he hit it and got so close to the pot, that's why the cue ball did as he expected, got back to the balk end. A terrific pot from Marco, as good a pot as he's played all day.
1.
And nice angle on the blue. This is the red he knocked in. Good cueing needed. The cue sort of came off the bridge end a little bit. That's what he has to do sometimes to get the power that's required, but it's a good accurate pot. And a good idea there. He played the cannon into the black, trying to bring the black into play, and he's done that.
Seven.
Now he's got a nice angle on the blue to cannon into the pink and bring reds into play. It's not really his type of game. He's more of a wheedling balls out. See how he plays it? No. Decided to play for this red, and if he's straight on it, it's a formality, just knock it in and play for the black into the opposite corner.
12.
And he's perfect, as you can see.
Thank you. 13. $20. 21.
Now, if this was Judd Trump, you'd see him arc the cue ball into that gap just to the left-hand side of the pack here and just bring the cue ball back through the reds. See which way Marco plays it. He played it exact way where I said. That's a good shot.
28.
Timed that perfectly.
$29.
Well, since that fourth frame, John, it took almost an hour. It's been a good standard, isn't it, since the interval?
Yeah, absolutely. Early on in the match, there was a few misses from both
32.
players, but then we had that long, drawn-out affair in the fourth frame. But since then, the frames have really picked up, and the pot percentage, particularly for Judd Trump, up to 90% now, and 93% for
33.
Marco. He's normally good enough to win a match, but he finds himself 4-3 behind.
$40. $41.
Well, a lot will depend now on the angle here. He may have the angle, you know, to pot the blue into the far right corner and screw back into the main bunch of reds. He decided to just play for the one red. Now, it's okay as long as he finds an angle on this red. He doesn't want to be straight. He's okay. He's okay, but it's imperative now if this red he gets a good angle on the black, because there's no more loose reds to play for.
$47.
So this could be the key to the frame. If he pots this black and these reds break nicely, he should win it.
I didn't get into the cue ball there. Again, played to screw the cue ball into the gap between the 5 reds and the 2 reds there.
54.
Just didn't get enough action on the cue ball.
Marco for 54.
Well, nice break of 54 and not a bad finish. But he had a few chances to go into the cluster
Thank you.
and left it till the last minute, and that's the problem. If you just don't get it right on that last attempt, you can't win the frame.
Elements. Marco for 4.
Michaela took so long to call miss. I thought maybe he just scraped it, but obviously hadn't. I don't think he can hit this red full ball. But of course he's
Have a look at that, Judd.
58 points behind. He can't afford to give too many points away.
Don't know. Jan, just check that for me, please.
Jan Verhaas
That way.
marking this match. That's where it was, and that's where it is now. Well, it looks pretty good to me.
Okay. All right, Marco.
Well, now it looks maybe he can't hit the red. Might have to play it with a trace aside. Got to catch it very thin.
Foul and a miss. Marco 4-4.
He won't be warned here because he clearly can't make full contact, which is a term I learned earlier on. But he's now 62 points behind. Does he think it's rolling off slightly?
Check that.
62 points behind, 83 available.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Just needs a trace of right-hand side here, it appears. But he doesn't want to catch this red too thick. Well played. It was so important. OK, he's not got a good length with a cue ball, but the one thing he didn't want to do was to leave a chance for his opponent, because one more chance and Marco Fu will win the frame. And it's one of these type of frames, Stephen, even though Marco's 62 points in front, there's not a colour safe. There's a red safe now, though. That's a good shot from Marco, well played. That's handy. The only red that Marco can hit, the one on the left side of the table, is the one he doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to bring that away from the cushion. But what's the alternative? As I say, with all these colours in the open, 62 lead might not last for long. So 2 cushion escape.
Foul and a miss.
Well,
Judd Trump 4.
don't think it's a free ball, the one just above the black. So obviously I'll have it replaced. Now there's a little bit of pressure here on this 2 cushion escape because Marco can clearly get through to the red on the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, earlier in the match he played this shot and he missed it the first time, then the second time caught it way thick. So obviously he doesn't want to do that. I think he's going to have to play the red that's on the side cushion.
He's given some points away, Marco, and it's 62 foul points he's given away in this match. That's a lot. We caught it right that time, and it's worked out well as a bonus. He's knocked the pink reasonably safe. But this red is potable. And it glows, and you think he's bound to be on a colour.
1.
But as we said, we see this red, it looked a little bit wide.
Rainbow.
But earlier when we were saying all the colours were in the open, but now there's an awkward pink, awkward red, but the main
5.
priority now for Judd is to reduce those arrears.
6.
And he should be able to do that and get right within range, points-wise, of his opponent. Don't think too far ahead in these circumstances. Just concentrate on reducing your deficit.
Yeah, you say
14.
that, John, but that red's always at the back of your mind when you're Judd at the moment.
Yeah.
That red in the cushion.
That's the one thing that makes you
He's
think...
got a chance here.
Yeah, well, possibility, but I think he'll have other chances. As I say, I'd be more intent on trying to reduce the deficit here. getting yourself right back in the frame.
21.
I mean, normally we'd say that red on the left-hand side of the table is okay for a left-handed player, but it's not going to be an easy pot no matter what.
22.
Just play for one of the two reds in the middle of the table now.
$29.
A quick glance at the scoreboard, 29 points behind. He's looked at the possibility of playing the red that's more in the middle of the table and playing that cannon onto the red. Will he be on the colour? Will he be on
30.
the colour? Just about on the blue. Just about. And he has released that red. He's made it a little bit easier to get on.
He could possibly play the blue and play off two cushions and try and develop that red further. It's on the left cushion. He's always going to be on the other red to the right corner. Maybe the blue is just too fine an angle. Top cushion, side cushion with a touch of right hand side.
Judd trump 30.
Well, whatever you do, don't miss the blue. And that now means that Marco comes to the table, eyeing up the scoreboard. He's 28 points in front. Red and the black would put him 36 points in front, 35 remaining.
One.
So this black to leave a snooker. $36 points to lead, 35 remaining. You play the double here. If it goes in, Judd won't bother, you wouldn't have thought, coming back to the table. And we'll be all square at 4 apiece. He didn't get the double, but he's got the snooker. So first priority for Judd is to hit this red and get it safe. Well, you can pot it, get position on the black, maybe. Needs a bounce. He's got to pot the black, otherwise he'll need more than one snooker. These used to always be in off in the middle years ago. I don't know whether the ball seems to come off funnier nowadays, but in goes the black, one snooker needed. Could play a little stun here behind the pink and send the yellow up and down the table. Don't have to send the yellow too far. Just stun that cue ball behind the pink. Well, he nearly got that double kiss, but it's worked out well. He's got the snooker he needed.
Yeah, and as we've seen in this match, this has not been Marco's strength today, escaping from snookers.
Yeah, he just flicked the pink, but he just managed to avoid the double kiss on the yellow. Well, he's hit that one, he's hit it well, but possibility of another snooker coming up here. The problem is, if you try to get the snooker a little stun behind the green, then you are sending the yellow towards the far right corner, so it's a little bit dangerous. And I've always been an advocate, if you don't get the snooker, make certain you get the object ball safe. Don't go all out for the snooker and give your opponent a chance of potting the ball if you don't get it. So he's played it behind the green, and he's also using the brown as the blocker. Well, he's got a snooker. You wouldn't think it's going to be difficult to hit. Just a one cushion escape at this level. Let's expect Marco not to hit this yellow. And that's an advantage for Marco, leaving that cue ball near the side cushion. Means that Judd can only flick off this yellow. Might have a possibility, if he hits it thin enough, of getting in behind the black. Looks a good line. Well, maybe just a little bit narrow.
Didn't want to nudge that pink onto the cushion, although the chance Marco will take it off here. That was one of Judd's best chances of laying snookers behind that pink.
Well, I'm not quite certain what Judd played there, but whatever it is, I think it's cost him this frame. Well, can you believe that? If he pots that, his opponent concedes. So Judd Trump hopes they're still there in this frame. Well, what was that? Well, he wasn't going to keep missing easy pots.
Five.
Well, he's missed out with the rest, but I think that'll be enough for Judd.
And the frame.
And he nods
Marco Fu.
to concede, so it's Marco Fu who pulls one back. So this match boiling up very nicely now. 4 apiece. And really hard to say who's going to win this frame, because you still feel that Marco Fu, when he gets in amongst the balls, is capable of winning the frame in one visit. As we come getting very close to the 3-hour mark in this match. Oh, lovely opening red from Marco. Cued that beautifully. Eight for 8 between cue ball and object ball. The black is available at the moment. I don't know
5.
what will happen when it's re-spotted, but if he can get a nice angle on the black, he may be able to nudge those 2 reds just above it away.
Marco for 5.
Concentrating so much, I think, on trying to come low on the black. Just took his eye off the pot. Be disappointed to have missed it, though. Well, the fact he's looking at this red means he can play a safety shot down the left-hand side of the table, which is an advantage. He's just concerned about knocking a red towards the right corner. And he's at the pink.
And a
He's
miss.
at the pink.
Marco for 6.
Well, this has got to be a good replacement, because there couldn't have been much of a gap.
Second. Where's it going?
I know that red slightly moved, but I don't
Okay.
really think that affects
Okay.
the shot. It's this gap here.
Closer to the red.
Now, that's where it was. And that red looks perfect to me.
It's- yeah, those kind of.
And as I say, that red isn't really the important thing here. Judd thought it was a gap. Whether he was right, whether he was wrong, he hit the pink.
Do you want to have a look at that? How's that look? Yeah.
That's where it was. That's where it is now.
You okay with that?
Yeah, maybe just a fraction, but I still think he's trying to swerve to make this gap. Now you look at that and you can understand why he hit the pink.
Okay, Judd? Yeah. Marco, you okay with that? Thank you.
He was trying to swerve to miss the pink, and that's not going to be easy because, of course, he can't swerve it too much because he'll be hitting the blue. So he's got a problem here. Change of shot. Play the deep screw. Needs a bit of luck here. And I'll tell you what, he's had a bit. Well, it was a brave shot to take on. I thought Judd maybe he'd have got away with that. Playing it like that, it was a dangerous way to play it, but in it dropped, and he's just about on the yellow. But missed the yellow.
Marco for 1.
So the dangerous pot red, which was a good one, that's all he got. The 1 point. He'll be disappointed.
One.
The red is on the bulk line. He'd love to play that for the blue. Well, he's going to play the blue now, but I would have liked to have left the blue there, possibly to an easy way going into the reds.
6. Seven.
And the red just above the black is available, but he don't think he can get position on it in a way that he can pot it and move the red that's just to the right of the black. So he's just going to play a few precise positional shots here. And I don't think that's one of them. I think that could be end of break.
12.
Yeah, I think he, well, in all honesty, I'm not certain. If he'd run past the red, he'd have been on the red just above the black, but only to go up the table for the blue, as the black's not available, so it's a strange choice of shot. And he's finished up on nothing, it appears. So take your medicine, just play a good safety. Trying to get him behind the brown if he can.
Trump 12.
And I'll tell you what, he's made a pretty good job of that. Well played.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 4. Have a look at that, Malcolm. Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 4. Okay.
Well, Judd having it replaced because he's not left anything. couple of frames where Judd has got what you think is not too difficult at snooker, and Marco's got out of it, left a red on, and that's been end of frame. He's got a good line here, but he just doesn't want to overhit this. He could leave one to the corner. Good pace this time, but does it leave anything? No, he's played it well. Safe enough. That's a decent safety. That's well played. I don't know whether Marco can get through to one of the reds in the middle of the table. The problem is if he can, once you start trying to play safe off reds that are near cushions, and he can't get through to that one just to the left of the pink. He's got the one down the right-hand side of the table. Wouldn't see him playing the pot here, it's too dangerous. I'm just playing the containing safety. Judd stopped in his tracks there. Is he a red available to the middle? No, I don't think so. Nah. It was the right-hand one of the four. I'd have been very surprised if Marco hadn't spotted that one if it was possible. Marco now having a look at the possibility of a plant. I'll tell you what, it's not far off. Not far off at all, and there's enough gap between the two reds to make this. Well, he doesn't fancy it, but playing safe off, as I say, red's near the cushion. Unless you catch him right, the red can go up the table with the cue ball. And of course, it's thin enough. And that green now is making it awkward cueing slightly for Judd. Chance here. I think the red that's just to the left of the pink, I think he can get through to it. And he can play it as a shot for nothing. He's got a clear path back to the balk end, well, apart from the red on the right-hand side of the table, but he'll be thinking pot here. he's looking at this one down the right-hand side of the table. So he's decided to play the pot on this one. He needs to get it, though. Whoa, tremendous shot.
One.
And perfect on the blue. What a good shot that was.
Yeah, you can see visibly how he raises his head to get the power, but the timing was there.
Six. Seven.
He's done pretty well though, Marco Fu. And Judd Trump made that 120 and all the show, the show shots, the exhibition shots. Quite easy to be intimidated by that, but he's come back strongly. Shows a great temperament.
Yeah, and what has impressed me over the last couple of frames is he's
12.
potted some terrific long balls. And that's a very important aspect of the game. It's how you can get in
13.
without your opponent making much of a mistake. It's okay, your opponent making mistakes and leaving you in, but to get in with good long potting, which he's done in the last couple of frames. And in potting this red now, he can nudge the other two reds into the open.
19.
He's on an 11-point lead at the moment. So he's certainly got something to build on. Well, in potting this red, he's bound to nudge into the other two. Do you play it delicately and play for the pink, or do you play it with a bit more pace and possibly release the black and the two reds around the black? No, just decided
20.
to play for the pink, but he's opened those two reds.
$26.
He may come to regret not playing that shot with more pace to open everything up. Got two open reds, but once he pots those, the other five are not easy to get into potable positions.
27. $33.
Well, I can't believe he played the cannon,
34.
to be honest with you. He wasn't certain to bring the black into play, and you can see the look on his face. But, well, he'll just roll up behind the green. So it's not all bad, but he's got a 26-point lead. It's not enough. I'm quite certain what he played there.
No, you think if he was falling through to open the black, he'd have right-hand side in it. The cue ball had the other side.
Yeah, that was a nice hit. We know how costly the misses can be. Those 4 points away can mount up, but this red is on. It's tricky though, just off the cushion. Yeah, they're always tricky when they're just off the cushion. If they're tight to the cushion, a lot easier. Now, can Judd get to this black? And in playing the black, just nudge the red just above the black into play.
1.
Yeah, once it caught that top jaw, you never fancied it dropping. Perfect, he is. Just to nudge that other red into play. Okay, they'd like to have been on the red so he could play for the blue. I'm sorry, the black, but he'll have to play for the blue now. Or bought colour. But he needs an angle to try and bring these 3 awkward reds into play. So any angle on any colour is what he's looking for.
Sure.
It looks as though
9.
it's going to have to be the yellow. Now, the only thing with the yellow, the middle pocket just in the way. As you play with a lot of side, or you could screw direct, but then the black becomes a bit of a blocker. It's how he sees it. And maybe there is one red that will pot to the right corner without having to disturb anything. We'll see. No, didn't have the angle for that shot for me. Anyway, no harm done. Good safety.
11.
This frame's still in the balance. Well, could have played it better than that.
Judd,
There's
Trump
every possibility. Judd has left this red on. I mean, you play the pot because you know the cue ball's going back to the balk end, and if it go in, it goes in. This is a good line. Just a bit heavy though to nestle behind the green. But it's not a bad shot. Well, he's trying to swerve this. Oh, that was always dangerous to play it that way. Because if he catches the red full, as he has done, then he obviously leaves the red that's near the black. Poor choice of shot, that. Wow.
1.
I didn't think that was going to drop. So 21 points to lead.
6.
Just looking at the scoreboard. Red, pink, red, red, black, red. And Judd, nothing he can do now. That was a very careless shot he played before.
7.
This blue will put him 27 points in front. So the blue and the last red just getting behind it. You only need the red, won't need the colour. And go one frame away from a place in the second round. It's bounced a little bit.
12.
And there's just a little gap between that red and the cushion, which makes it missable. But he'll think, well, I'll just roll it in, a possible cover with a blacker should it not go in. But in it goes.
14.
Stayed down on that one, knew how important it was. Black to follow. Marco Fu is now in the ascendancy. Good pot, this. Well, there's certainly been no two frames alike in this match. 1 minute it's all
20.
potting and break building. And then for some reason we just seem to get in these scrappy frames, and just when you think Judd Trump is getting the advantage, back comes Marco.
Marco Fu, 20.
35 points to lead, 27 remaining. 2 4-point snookers to tie.
Frame conceded.
That's
Frame.
it. Snooker from Marco Fu. That's enough for Judd Trump. So it's Marco Fu, the man from Hong Kong, who goes within 1 frame of a place in the second round. He leads 5-4.
Which is not an easy one to get your arm going in the event. It's a tough match against a great player, and he's going to be bundled out if he's not careful, and more frustration because of that. So dig deep is the answer, but he's got to sort of effectively survive 2 spins of a coin now.
Yes, indeed, and there we go. And it's Judd to play after a decent break-off from Marco Fu.
And it's those type of long pots that he was knocking in. OK, he's had a result. He's snookered Marco on all the reds, but it's that type of red halfway through this match that Judd was knocking in. And he's going to have to start knocking in those. He can't just sit back and wait for Marco to make mistakes. He's got to try and make something happen. The last 2 frames just seem to have drifted along. And Marco's not had to do a lot, really. Highest break in the last frame was only 34. I know it's not all about big breaks, but I just feel that Judd Trump is the type of player that needs to make things happen. That's where he gets his inspiration from.
Yeah, I think Steve was talking earlier about the players having a fear factor when he first came on the scene. They're not going to have that if they know he's going to start, you know, going more into his shell and playing more safety.
Yeah.
He created this image. You know, that's the way he's got to play, I think.
And
But he's
particularly if you're a great potter, then that does put pressure on every safety shot your opponent plays. You know, he thinks, oh, well, I've got to get this really safe because my opponent here can pot anything. So there's another escape from Marco, which has left the red to the left middle. OK, he's going to be hampered, and he's under the pressure now of the fact his opponent only needs 1 more frame. He's got to produce. Well, he's decided against it. He's going to run off, play safe. I don't blame him in these circumstances. I don't blame him at all, but I think he's got to think positive rather than negative to win this match now.
Yeah, I don't think we mean like going for absolutely crazy shots, but just in terms of even safety play, get these reds opened up. Tight frames are always going to suit Fu more.
Well, another escape that has gone wrong. Left this red on. Problem is, hampered as he is, he can't do much with the cue ball, so he's going to run into the black, it seems. Can he develop the black into a potable position? He's got to play the red, he won't be refusing this one. Played it nicely. He'd be unlucky if he's too straight on the black. It's a delicate little shot. As I say, knew he was going to be carrying in the black. Just got a slight angle. You don't want to play these with too much pace. You've got to cue this. The harder you hit this, more chance you'll miss it. Couldn't cue it much better than that.
8. Nine. Fourteen. Fifteen.
There's one loose red, but if he's got an angle, I'd be surprised if he doesn't go into them. Maybe just too straight this time.
20.
Yeah, looking at his body language there, he wanted to leave himself low on this red, but as you see, it's too straight, so he needs a good angle now on the colour.
23.
Well, he's got plenty of angle.
He'll be stunning this cue ball. Can't play it with bottom because the cue ball will go further away from the pack before it starts to grab.
Tried to play the control cannon there,
30.
but it doesn't look as though it's worked out too well. Didn't fancy going into them with too much pace. But it's end of visit, that's a certainty. Good safety shot needed.
Judd trump 30.
And that's pretty good.
The red on the left side cushion is making the easy safety shot back to baulk tricky.
think Judd may have been tempted by a red to the far left corner. He wasn't so badly hampered by the black. I think he's only got a safety shot now. Can't play safe into the balk area, obviously. So he's going to have to bring this cue ball back to the top cushion or just trickle into him, which doesn't give you any advantage whatsoever. Half-hearted attempt at the double. The most important thing was get that cue ball as close to this top cushion as he could. Well, if he can't get to the red as he would like, whether he wants to risk playing the pot in the middle, why not come off the right-hand side cushion and just nestle into the main cluster? Doesn't look as though you'd leave anything. Over a minute's thinking time. Is he thinking of playing the pot? I can't see how he can play safe off a red on the left-hand side of the table, so if he's looking that way, he's going to play the pot. The alternative is to come off the right-hand side cushion and just roll into that cluster below the pink. Well, that's what he's decided to do now. A lot of thinking time. Just short of 2 minutes. It looked as though it rocked back on it, the red. I thought Michaela was going to have to declare touching ball, but it can't be touching because she hasn't. Now that could open things up a bit. Okay, Judd could pot this red to the far right corner, but he can also play a good safety off it. At least we could get back to a bit of normality in this frame. Is it the pot or safety? It's the pot, and then it goes. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? It's running too fast, isn't it, for a position on the black?
1.
Well, just needed to stop an inch, 2 inches. I mean, being left-handed, it's a possible cut, but too risky. He's got it. And unlucky in a way, you could see the waft of his hand. He thought he was certain to run into another red. That's what put more pressure on the black.
8.
Hang on. Has he spotted a plant? He kissed the 2 reds. He only had to kiss one of those reds, fuller. And the cue ball has stopped at this end, and he's looking at a plant. It's not far off. The only thing is, he's got to catch the first red very, very thin. If he catches the first red anything but wafer thin, the plant's not on for me. It's a possibility, but you've got to hit that first red thin. Caught the first red just a fraction too thick.
Judd, trump 8.
It was one of them. If it had been right behind it, you couldn't have missed it. But it was just having to hit that first red too thin. Looks like Marco can get past the brown. But missed it. And I think there's a red to the left middle here for Judd to have a go at. Half a chance. You feel that he should have potted that. He needs to take these half chances now. Only a fraction out, but this game is all about fractions. Well, it's disappointing safety from Marco, catching the green full in the face, and even if he hadn't have done, he didn't really have the pace to find the baulk cushion. Can Judd play a better safety? This looks pretty good. In fact, I would say excellent. There may not be a path back to baulk here. And there's Hawkeye's view. Yep. So is it the two cushion escape with pace? It is, but he missed it.
Foul and a miss.
And he doesn't want to leave a free ball here,
Judd, trump 4.
but he's not, so balls will be replaced, I'm certain of that. 42 points adrift now, Marco Fu, and he knows that should he give Judd one more chance, that will be end of frame, and we'll have a decider on our hands.
Okay.
Having to swerve to get more side on the cue ball, but this time a long way away.
Foul and a miss. Judd, trump 4. Okay, I've got to warn you now, if you don't hit a ball on, you'll lose the frame. The red next to the pink, you can hit it centre ball down there.
Well, there's the thing, she's warning Marco. Now, I didn't see that when we looked at Hawkeye. She's saying he can make full ball contact on that red just to the right of the pink.
Yeah,
Ooh,
the one out there. Let me just put this slightly that way.
well. when we look from Hawkeye's point of view, I
One
suppose
next to the pink.
you can make full contact with it. Fair play. I never thought of that one. And looking at that, Michaela's right. He can hit that red full in the face. Funnily enough, it wouldn't be the first time a frame has been lost in the Masters by someone having 3 misses. Do you know who it was?
Nope.
Ken Doherty.
Really?
Yeah. Stubborn. Yeah. Kept playing to get out the snooker, and when he was told if you miss it this time, you lose the frame, played the same shot and missed it. What a darling. I mean, there's no excuse for not hitting the red here, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, but now he's been warned, I mean, he's just got to make certain he hits any red. It's an hit and hope shot for me, this now. Nothing precise about this. Over 2 minutes he's taking, but he just got to hit and hope. There's that many reds on, surely he can't miss them. One cushion, straight into them. Well, he's given a lot of thought, but as I say, it's only hit and hope, this. He was trying to play the delicate one. I mean, if he can get this safe, why didn't he play it before? Well, he hasn't got it safe, and there's a chance now for Judd. I said he just needed one more chance, and if he can get position on the black, particularly, and maybe he can run through. He could screw back for the blue, but this is a chance to level the match and take us into a decider.
1. Eight. 9.
60 points to lead.
14.
Still 91 remaining. He'd like to have been on this red so he could play for the black. The black only available into this corner pocket. And he's still looking for 3 reds, 3 covers. Playing for the black in the same pocket as the red. Needs to run.
15.
Played it nicely. Another couple of rolls would have been better, but he's on the black. And of course, every time he pots a red, that reduces the
22.
amount remaining by 8 points, because it's a red and a black, that's the maximum.
23.
So now, this black would put him 76 points in front, with just 75 remaining, and a snooker required. Looks like a decider. Red in a colour, and you wouldn't see Marco Fu coming back to the table.
$31.
Well, we've learnt a lot about the misrule today, Stephen.
36.
Yep, it's a good job we're in here if we don't know the rules.
37.
Won't last long out there. Full contact.
Full contact, yeah.
But he's done what he had to do, Judd. He's got this frame one.
44. 45. 52. 53. 59. 60.
'Delightful positional shot. He's already had a
57.
120 break in this match, as Judd. Chance he might
68.
make his second century. As long as you're 73 or more coming up to the colours, you can make 100.
$724.
So there's 101 on.
$76.
I mean, obviously Judd will be concentrating on trying to make the century. He is that crowd-pleasing type of player, but he'll also have one eye, as will Marco, on the deciding frame that's to come.
Cheers. 79.
Well, wonderful shot. And absolutely inch perfect on the blue. Lovely touch.
88.
So a 120 break in the
96.
7th frame to go
94.
4-3 in front. And this very, very important 101 to send us in all square, 5-all.
How the balls land.
Judd Trump to break.
One frame shootouts. Winner goes into the quarter-final.
Well, it looks like a decent break-off. And the fact that Marco is not having a look at this red down the left-hand side of the table means he can't get to it. There's the proof. So he's snookered on all reds. I mean, you'd think he'd just drop off one cushion and play to the red nearest the top cushion. You just got to be careful, though. You don't overhit it and just knock that red on. Well, at least hit it. Well, he's not hit it, and he may just have
Judd
left
Trump
it.
4.
Well, Judd's not even coming down to have a look. I'd have been having a look at that. I'll be honest with you. I'd have had a look at that.
John.
Should hit it this time with the adjustment. This time he's not left a chance to the pot, but first time around I'd have been interested.
think Judd can see this red to the left corner. It's his first opportunity. Well, it's not a bad kiss in the blue, but he's the wrong side of it. Have to go in and out of baulk. That was a great long pot. And as Ken was saying in the final frames, you're always just hoping you're going to get that one chance at least.
Yeah, but I like the way he played that, didn't he? It didn't seem anything anxious about it. He stroked it in. Okay, as you say, he got the kiss on the blue, but he's not ideal on the blue, but it could have been a lot worse. Just got to avoid those baulk colours now and trying to get the cue ball back to the business end.
Yeah, I think he'd probably play for the red behind the black here. There's a red in the middle of the pack, just below the pink that will pot to the left corner as well, but the cue ball's finished up far too close to that side cushion. Certainly to make this an easy shot.
Yeah, I mean, these are difficult at the best of times. 5-all. The Masters. Oh.
You have to play it. No, he's not gonna.
Well, it waggled its way in.
Judd Trump,
That
7.
was a good roll-up. But if he hasn't covered the escape down the right-hand side of the table off one cushion, I don't think Mark will believe in anything here. Looks a pretty straightforward escape. Yeah, that's the line. The only thing is, and we've seen it happen a few times today, that Marco's played the shot and just overhit it slightly. And if you do, then there is a chance you can dislodge your red and put it into a potable position. Oh, is he sliding past them? He has done, but maybe, well, Judd had a look to see if one was available into the left middle. That doesn't look on.
Interesting to see how he plays this shot, where he just brushes off this red thin or stuns it to open up the reds a bit and playing this safety shot, a more attacking shot. Yeah, that's the right way to play it.
Yes, and if there isn't a gap in between green and pink, there's a couple of reds in line, directly in line with pink and black. If he can't get to them, he's going to need a good shot to get back to baulk. Well, he might just have the gap to play it. He has. Needs to miss the baulk colours. Well, catching the green sort of half ball is not putting him in too much trouble, and I don't think he's left an easy pot on here. So it's down to Judd now to find a path back to the baulk end, and I'll tell you what, it's not a formality.
Well, you don't normally get the cue ball clean to play a safety.
Yeah, what do you think, Stephen? Red on the left-hand side of the table, deep screw back to the balk end.
Well, he was winding his arm up there, so I think something's going to happen here.
It's okay playing these type of shots, but you've got to hit them. They've got to be very close to the pocket to get the correct reaction. So here it is, deep screw, hold on to your hats. He'll settle for that. Mistake. A little ripple of applause, but it's not justified because this red will pot to the right middle. Okay. He's not going to be certain where the cue ball's going to finish. So you always say in this situation, just concentrate fully on the pot and just hope you have a bit of luck with position. You've got to play the pot. There's no alternative. As I say, where the cue ball finishes, nobody knows. But at least if you pot the red, you get to play the next shot. Because you never know what's around the corner. Now he has developed the black, but there's a little bit of pressure on this one. Close to the cushion, 3/4 ball. Good cueing needed. I don't think it's an automatic roll in and you're going to finish up on a red. You don't want to do a lot with the cue ball. As we look again, as I say, just make certain you pot the red and see what happens. And it couldn't have worked out much better. Just like that cue ball to be a little bit further away from the cushion. In fact, maybe he's not that good on the black. He's eyeing up the yellow. Surely not.
Well, I can't believe the yellow's the shot. He drops the black and the red to the left of the pink to the left centre's available. But the way the reds are, what a chance. It's taken too long for me.
Yep. As I say, if that cue ball was, say, 6 inches away from the cushion, he'd feel as though he'd pot the black no problem and could manoeuvre the cue ball. He feels as though he's got to roll the black in, and he doesn't feel as though he's automatically going to be on a red.
Well, he has to be in the red to the left of the pink to the left centre by dropping the black in. I don't see any problem with that.
But that's playing it dead weight, isn't it, Stephen? And maybe he just doesn't fancy rolling one in dead weight at this stage of the match. But you've got to hold your nerve. This is the shot to play. Fully commit.
Took too long for me.
Judd Trump one.
Thought his way out of it. As soon as he potted the red, he was on the black. He should have just been down.
So that was a great chance. And now this one falls to Marco Fu. Tricky red to start with, though. stroked it in, didn't have to do much with the cue ball. Automatically going to be on the black. This is his chance. Nothing Judd Trump can do now.
Eight. Nine.
Judged the path of the cue ball very well there. In perfect position.
Sixteen.
Yeah, if this was in the middle of the match, you'd say this is virtually a certainty. There's a frame-winning chance.
17.
Obviously, the massive pressure out there. But it doesn't have a lot to do with the cue ball at all.
$23. 24. $31.
Not come absolutely inch perfect on this red. I don't think it caused him much of a problem, but it's positional wise that could catch him out, but he's played it nicely.
32.
Ideally, you wouldn't want to be playing for one of these reds along the top cushion. You want to be playing for the reds in the open. And he's short of pace. He played for the red into the left corner.
39.
That's not quite how he played it. The one to the left middle is a little bit tricky. When he's looking at the scoreboard, I think that's just to give him a bit of thought time. These are tricky, these. Oh, and it went, and it went.
40.
And Judd Trump now fearing the worst.
Yeah, this was a nice pot. Back in perfect position.
$46. $47.
Well, he's decided to play for one of those reds you mentioned, John, and he's perfect on this. It's pretty comfortable, this shot.
Sure.
So give
54.
it your full concentration.
Well, we said that just one chance. Well, this was Judd's second chance. Okay, he may not have been ideal on the black, but the most important thing was to pot it. Well,
55.
that used all the pocket, didn't it? But in it went. Looked a little bit wide. $50 points to lead now. Red and a colour
62.
for a place in the second round. This match is to and fro, but it looks like it's going the way of Marco Fu. And this black
63.
will put him 58 points in front with just 51 remaining. And another false dawn for Judd Trump. Just can't get the results at the moment for one reason or another. Just not got that consistency that's required. He's blowing too hot and cold.
70.
But every credit to Marco Fu, has stuck at his task, and even when he went behind, he never lost his cool. His long potting starting to improve. And he's taking these really
71.
well with all the pressure that's on. He's made light of them. So there you see it.
78.
At the point now where Judd Trump will not bother coming back to the table. It'll be a handshake and a great disappointment from Judd Trump. But that's snooker. There can only be one winner.